You absolute madman. Hello. We should have audio now. I was on the wrong setup for this thing. Let's do a roll call on the cameras. What do we got? We got black screen, overhead. That. If we need to show the screen, we can. And above. Perfect. All right. Yeah, hopefully I got the audio working. There was none at first. We're gonna grab a bigger driver. Let me check on my laptop just to make sure we can be heard. Let me check on my laptop just to make sure. Yes, we can. Who do we want today? Who's the culprit? Who will do the job that we're asking to be done? Might have taken it home. Alright, we might have to use that driver. Oh no, it's over here. Okay. Craftsman. So this isn't the main event, but this is one of the things that needs done. We got an end table leg that is broken loose. I'm going to try and salvage the table. If not, we're missing quite a bit of wood. I'm not quite sure what to do about that. This piece we're going to glue back in because we have it. And throw this in some clamps, get it off to the side, and then move on to something else. We're going to make a fine mess with wood glue too, so I'm going to try and puddle it up some. And set that down. I need to figure out which way this goes. I believe that way. There we go. What is that dinging? Where did I hear that? Side was missing chunk. You could make some wood filler using sawdust. Yeah, I don't have any sawdust. I could create some quick. Let's do that. Let's do that. I don't know that we're going to make enough quick enough. We'll throw some sawdust in there just for good measure. I actually might try and put a chunk of wood in that. We'll find out. We'll see. Alright, got a small piece. We got to trim it down, bust it, whatever we got to do. We're going to try and at least fill that spot. I should have did this before applying glue, or throw a bunch of sawdust in, I'm not sure which, or pieces. Yeah, we'd have to make a pile of sawdust. Let's try and put a chunk in. It's gonna make a mess, huge mess. Not near small enough. What's going on anyhow, people? Anything good other than watching this circus? I'll stick that there in case we have to grab it back out of the garbage. I'm going to say that's going to do part of the job we want it to do. Then I need to find out which. Oh. You're just bringing it all in?
Yep.
What, is it both motherboards or just one?
Huh?
Did you bring both or just the one?
I brought them both.
Alright, oh yeah, I'll definitely take a look at them. Maybe I'll look at one of them on my live stream.
Alright.
Alrighty? Alright, we got to find out which way this block, which way around it goes. I should have did that ahead of time. But I don't think it was made with the finest precision. It's actually the way it needs to be. Alright, so
I'm just gonna set this one on the ground right here.
yeah, fine, that's good. What's in there? The AMD one?
Yeah, that's the AMD one.
AMD build? Alright, perfect. Yo, I got this and a laptop. It's a leg for an end table for my house, and then a laptop, and then I can probably hop on one of those. Alright?
Denko one still has thermal paste on it. I didn't wipe it off.
That's fine, I'll clean up whatever.
Alright.
Alright, bud? We got an interesting fault on a motherboard. It's oh, how do I want to say it? It was working and then stopped working, and it hangs on the VGA light. And the graphics card works in just about everything else works in another system. So I was thinking motherboard fault. Might try taking a look at that. Might not, I don't know. I don't know if I want to dig into that tonight. But alright, let's spread some glue out on this thing. I forget which way around it went. I guess that's why you mark at top. Or put a mark on it for reference. Alright, let's try and make sense out of this. Get a screw to line up. Alright, we're going to say it goes that way for right now. The screws kind of will grab with the chunk of wood in there as long as we're semi going into the right spot. So we're going to run the screws in, clamp this, and then get it the heck out of the way and clean up our mess of sawdust. And change out our glue covered gloves. Yeah, that's the right way. The only thing, we're going to have to do some weird clamping on this thing because this is two pieces that I think are just stapled together and glued. Not my idea of solid, so any too much pressure that way will certainly split it apart. So we're going to clamp it side to side and then clamp down. provided there's enough room. That's not good. It's gonna have to be enough to hold though, because of that chunk of wood there. Here we go. We go with little or bigger? Yeah, I think little will do. We put 2 on, even though they're coming apart at the seams. We'll get some pressure on it. Let that hold itself together, hopefully. Actually, that's one thing I did want to do. Let's try clamping, then tightening the screws, at least on this side, where we had the exact piece of wood fit. So let's go slightly bigger. Give me a moment to get this thing. This one holds wires up, so I don't pull it down very often. This is my clamp for routing a lot of wires here in the shop. It's not going to turn in now. Alright, gap's closed on one side. We're going to try and squeeze this one down just a little more. I'll try and show you here before we pick it up. Even though we have a chunk of wood in the way, we're going to still try and squeeze it as tight as possible. And then put our screws back in. And then clamp it. And probably put this big clamp in the middle for pressure overall. It's just slipping. Not good. It's closer than it was. Pipe clamps. Alright, we gotta make a small revision. Please don't drop all my wires and headphones. Alright, removing from the pipe clamp, we're going to try and hold pressure in on our angled pieces and then give it a clamp there with two of these and then get this the heck off the bench. Alright, not the best chunk of wood. We'll saw that off after it's dried. The other side is closed up closer than I could get it just by screwing it back together without anything glued in there. I got the piece set in. Let it dry overnight and we'll get back to it. Hopefully put it back on the table with the tree nut and yeah. The kids can jump on it again and break it all over. I think. What are we going to do with this thing? Where are we going to put it? Where are we going to put it? On a shelf. Or a drawer. There we go. Toolbox drawer, hang it. Okay, let's get this out of the way. This shit out of the way. New gloves and get the actual, what I don't want to do up here. Alright, tools put away. Clamp is all the clamps, tools put away. See if we get this glue off. Yep, we'll save these gloves. Save them yet. Let's get rid of some dust. We got a messy job ahead of us on this one. Hey Michael, I just saw that you got in there. I haven't looked at chat for a few minutes. We actually there. Alright, let's go get the actual ticking time bomb. Man, I don't even want to touch this thing. It feels bad. So we got here a 15-inch 2015 MacBook Pro Retina. It needs a keyboard. So we're going to put a new keyboard and backlight in it. Definitely not fun. But they also had another problem with them, that not all of them were covered by Apple. It feels bad from the bottom, so I went ahead and ordered a battery. I didn't want to open it just in case, but let's go ahead and see. I should have, let's check it. I should have a proper battery on hand. And if we don't end up needing it, we'll send it back. That looks like the right battery, so I'm going to say, let's go ahead and open this thing. These things had a problem with the batteries. And what do we need? What is these? What are these? Panalobe, I think, right? Yeah. They had a problem with the battery swelling, so let's find out. I didn't touch it. Just, this is a little out of shape if you look at it. It's a little puffy, so let's see if this is one with a battery problem. We'll find out as soon as we start taking these screws out. Let's get a magnet to retain our screws. That way we don't lose any. As soon as we get to the next sets of screws, we're going to find out if we need a battery or not. If this is anything like the ones that Apple didn't service. They had a problem with the batteries swelling. Just the gap, yeah, it probably. The gaps on the edge don't look right here. They're generally pretty tight, but let's go. Alright. So look what's happening. As we unscrew, the case is lifting. Each screw is going to let it start lifting. So we got a fire waiting in here. We'll take this one out so we can see this actual. So we'll support it underneath and start winding this screw out. We can screw it back down, and just as soon as we wind it, it's got a nice bit of pressure to it. So we're going to proceed with care. I don't even want to touch this thing, to be honest, but somebody has to. Let's give it to the dodgy guy. He looks like he wants a fire in his face. Fuck, man. Is that actual YouTube? popping off over here on its own. Where's that? Is that my friend? That is my friend. Ah, I'll have to check it out later, sir. Sorry, I'm live right now, Brandon. So yeah, the batteries in these would swell bad. Apple didn't cover all of them. They covered some. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. No. So we don't have any leaking. Can we even show that? Those little pillows on camera? Like, these ones still have a little wiggle to the paper, but these are... We got 4 of 6. Let's make sure we have the right battery. Yeah. That's it. Yep, that's it. All right, perfect. Now we got to get that out of there. We're going to disconnect it. And then we got to get the keyboard as well. I think we're going to use a metric ton of alcohol to remove this thing and just hope for the best. Is it a pull? It is a pull, thank you. Not totally disabled, but not until we get it out of here and out the damn door. We got critters. We got all kind of goodness in this. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, we can peel this. We're going to separate these two. Are they separate? Yeah, it's coming off of there. Why does it have to be hooked to that? Alright, let's get, what else do we need? Torx. Let's go. So we're going to start disassembling. We got to get this battery out of our way first. And that's going to be one concern. And then move on. I got to find another magnet. We'll grab a big one. That's trapped under. Anybody else ever tackled one of these? Can't break that. We can hopefully unscrew it once the battery's out of there. We shouldn't hurt it with any IPA though. This is not going to be fun. Alright. Gotta loosen those. That's part of the battery. No, not mistaken. That's part of the battery. All right, so we're taking the screws out of the brains of the battery, the circuit board, whatever the hell it is. And then I'm going to start flooding this with IPA, let it soak, and hopefully not start a fire. So here's battery for reference. It's not an Apple branded battery, it is aftermarket. I don't know to what extent Apple has adhesive, but we can see what aftermarket wants to stick that thing down with. So we're not talking about any small amount of adhesive, and they're ready to pop. Are we free? We are free. Okay, that's just the connection. That's gonna go in. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Five and 6, maybe. How am I? Who are you talking? How is everyone? Me? I'm terrified right now, if you're asking how I am. Everyone else, I can't speak for them. So these pieces here on the bottom, you might want to start peeling these, be inclined to. These are not just stuck to the frame of the laptop and covering the battery, but it's actually part of the battery, so we're not going to start peeling up on those. I want to keep everything in there. It looks like we can kind of maybe get in here. We'll put some IPA on this end just to try and get it to flood back the other way. It's actually already down there. We're going to fill this thing with IPA on this part to start busting down the adhesive, hopefully, and get these things out without incident. That's the plan. Man, I don't even want to touch it. see what's coming through on the screen, if anything, from the trackpad. Nothing yet. We're all good. All right. Hopefully it stays contained. I'm going to start hoping that the pressure on these will start lifting some of the adhesive on the outside ones. They're the ones that are ready to go, but I think we're going to get stuck into prying on this thing, which is not. This is one of those repairs that if you don't feel comfortable, don't do it. Hand it to somebody else. I'm guessing if this has ever been serviced and the swelling had started in it. Oh wow. So these are getting a little puffier now as well. Yay. So we have some type of critter there. And there. Let's get rid of them. I'm going to have to also look this board over, just in the off chance that it's something on the board and not the keyboard. Evidence shows, it doesn't show much in the bottom, but around this area there is something. I don't, maybe possibly grit got in there, but I'm thinking more, maybe it's just oil scum, but the whole channel's filled where you would be grabbing a laptop, and there's not a channel on the back, so we'll see. Is that just a speaker? I'm going to take the speaker out to help get it out of our way for right now. Just something that we can get a little extra room. Also, I don't know, possibly it's holding the battery in, so let's take a look. I didn't look at the battery that far ahead yet. Let's see if this is something we're going to be able to get out. It might be stuck. Where's the speakers on these? On the edges? Yeah, 15-inch on the edges. So we're not getting that. We're not getting those out right now. Batteries are terrifying to do. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't think I know any more than most people, like, about batteries. I'm probably actually a lot dumber than most people. Like, my main experience with batteries, other than, part swapping them, is actually charging them for RC vehicles, whether it be the lithium phosphate, lithium ion, lithium polymer, whatever. I have my well-used charger for charging different batteries, but you need to know a little bit to charge stuff with one of those, and that's part of the learner for that. The main thing you learn is don't stab the battery, especially don't stab it with metal. And what's it called? Puffed up cells are no good. That's the other part that I learned. So, man, this thing is in there. It does not want to budge. Well, we keep running IPA on it, trying to make headway. Where'd that foam go? But yeah, charging batteries you don't learn a thing about pulling out puffed up cells that are stuck in with massive amounts of adhesive. So we're just going to take our time and hopefully get this time bomb out of our way. Possibly not the best job for a live stream, but the fire extinguisher, yeah, is me running out the door holding on to the back side of it. We're not going to use any metal, but also we got a, alright, I think we got one cell mostly free. We can't forget that the frame is metal. Not as conductive like steel or tin or any of those other metals, but aluminum is still a metal. What are we dealing with there? That's the snap-in bracket for the bottom. We don't want to break that. We've got a large amount of IPA in here, so this one seems to be mostly free. We got a good lift on him. Now we just need to work on this guy that's even bigger. Let's see, can we get any IPA back this way? Where is it? Alright, that's two that are partially loose. I don't want to claim they're loose yet because we still haven't really did anything with the bottom of them. We got those two that are going to be a nightmare to get to, and then this side here. Let's go back to work on it. I would be inclined to use the hot air if these cells weren't so swollen. Batteries don't like heat normally when they're good, but you can put a little heat down to get a battery out, but definitely not applying no heat gun to the palm rest. Not with the battery looking like it is. Alright, we got another one partially free. It's free down to about here, and I'm going to say the same right along the bottom. We may have the bottom piece of adhesive still attached. Start working on the last three cells. I don't want to say what's key here, if anything's key, other than patience, but as I said, I'm not comfortable doing this job, but if it's ever been serviced, obviously the person before, it either wasn't swollen or the person before wasn't comfortable doing it because the battery's still in here. It's not the first swollen battery I've come up against. It's the first 15-inch MacBook Pro one. I've had other batteries swelled up, phone batteries, tablet batteries. But yeah, as Michael said, did Michael say it? Batteries are terrifying to do. They're not fun. I mean, it's the same with power supplies. They're terrifying, but this is essentially a portable power supply. No joke. If you've never seen it, do yourself a favor and go look up LiPo fire or lithium-ion battery fire on YouTube. Go, what are we dealing with? What is this, lithium-ion? Just so we know, lithium-ion polymer. So, hybrid battery. Not really claiming what it is. Ion polymer. Or no, lithium-ion polymer, LiPo. Or Lion, whatever. But, yeah, they're not fun. Don't stab them with metal tools. Don't puncture the cells if you can help it. Come on, where you at? I'm trying to get a look under here. Alright, so far so good. The adhesive is cutting loose. Yeah, there we go. I believe I'm under the adhesive, but it's still a little stuck across the bottom. We'll work on that in a bit. Most of our IPA should be sitting down there if it's not flooding over and falling out. We don't have a puddle here yet, so I have no reason to believe that it is, but let's take a look. We have not flooded out the screen, so that's a good thing. This is loose. Man, I don't even know what way to approach this. I don't want to pick up too much there. There we have it. Where do these connect? Right out of the corner? No. It connects right there. So we gotta go this route. The fires on these things are scary. Man, let's just try not to jinx anything or anything of the sort. And they're definitely not fun. Let's try, I'm gonna try, I don't know how smart of an idea this is. We're gonna keep metal away from it. I wanted to try and grab some of the adhesive, pull it out, but we'll just be patient. Let IPA work its solvent magic. Alright. One cell almost fully loose. Them being puffed up has two cells basically fully loose. Them being puffed up has aided a little bit because it created some pressure, but not as much as you would. I don't know. I don't think it would be as much as you would think, but any help is better than none. Come on, man, get out of there. All right, there goes our adhesive. As you can see, it's all the adhesive from the strips is turning into that white slime that once the IPA evaporates, you stick a car to the wall with this stuff, man, it's super sticky. 2, 3. Four loose. All right, we still have 2 to go. What is their game? We got the trackpad cable over. Is there a cable under? I can't remember. Oh, wait, no, this isn't built like. Is it? Is this built like the 13-inch? I can't remember. We don't need to look. We're just gonna start prying. All right, we can see that 4 of them are ready to go. A lot of work to do on these 2 center ones, though. Go back, go back. I don't want you falling out and ripping loose all at once. So I was putting IPA in here. That's really not the right spot. We need to go behind and flood out our trackpad. Get up there. So you can see we have a bit of IPA in this thing. We did start dumping it. I fucking hate batteries. I don't know. I hope that, yeah. Come on, man. I'm gonna tape them in place in a second if I keep dumping them. They can still fall because I didn't connect them to that, but we'll check back in a minute. This side's being extremely nightmarish, like as far as melting the adhesive, mainly because I think I put it, yeah, definitely because I put it in here, which really wasn't the right spot. It did let some of the IPA go down, but we need it to let the battery loose. So we're just going to keep working on it slowly. Or actually, no, yeah, that would be the trackpad area. I don't think it's going to make much difference. We got no. We're getting close. I'm not going to start hurrying just because we're getting close. We have 3 pieces of adhesive left to either detach from the black sticky stuff there, or how do I want to say it? I'm going to set this down instead of holding it. Detach, or unstick, detach from the back of the battery. No metal. No metal fragments sticking to that stuff. No. Alright. I think. Close. Maybe. Let's untape. Fuck are we stuck to? Come on. Out. 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 Out fucking side on the concrete. Fuck. There we go. Alright. Let's continue. I'm gonna take a quick 1-minute intermission here. That shit works on the nerves, man. We gotta do a lot of cleanup. Let's wave up some more IPA. We gotta get that evaporating and get it cleaned up. We're gonna take a moment and clean off all of our tools. We use this with a lot of the vinyl we do, so I don't want any of that white adhesive that you can stick cars to walls with, or ceilings. I mean, if you can lift it that high. Alright, and just in case any of that crap ran out with it, we're going to give a good wipe down here. Doesn't seem to be the case, but you never know. Okay, and you can see only after I stood it on end like this, stuff started running. But other than a few drops, we had none hit the screen. That's a good thing. Try and keep it that way. I think we're going to bring our little friend back, this piece of foam, just to keep him propped up. Maybe it'll affect the glare, the exposure of the camera. And so we got a ton of cleanup here, removing the old adhesive. We're going to do that while everything's well saturated. We're undoubtedly going to have to use some more IPA. We might be able to hit it with a heat gun a little bit. You know, no battery in the way. Doesn't matter which way you do it, it's going to leave residue behind that we're going to have to clean up. So I'm trying to put all that IPA we dumped in here already to some use. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? My friend, where I will try you, but I don't have high faith that you're actually going to work for anything other than annoy me, but yeah, too flimsy. Alright, this seems to be the tool plastic razor blade. If you do this stuff and you don't have them, get some. They're useful for a lot of things. I really can't remember. I have my 2015 13-inch here. I really want to tear the, I mean, I could just look it up. It'd be the easy route, but I'm really curious as to the battery in that thing, how it's in there. Now that I'm thinking about it, is it similar to this method? Because I have it here. I could tear the bottom off, but we're not going to do that. We're going to stay on task. Call this guy. This is also the interesting thing about this repair is he's not even fixing it for him. He's fixing it to give to a friend to use. So he wanted it to be workable, and I was like, yeah, well, we'll go for workable, safe, and not a time bomb if it hasn't been serviced. And well, it hasn't. Genuine OEM Apple 15-inch MacBook Pro Retina battery strips or battery adhesive. Genuine set. Will be on eBay. Couple easy payments at $99.99. Who wants it? Get it out there. I need somebody to buy this. Okay, adhesive strip's gone. Let's give a good clean quick in that area and move on. I'm going to do two different things. We're going to go in with Goo Gone. I don't know if this is a household name or, you know, shop name in other countries, but that's what it is here. That's what I've always known it is. They probably have many different brands of it. But it has some properties to it that remove the stuff that IPA doesn't, but then you can go back and clean up. I don't want to say this stuff leaves a residue, but it leaves like a sheen to stuff till it actually dries. And I always go back and clean with IPA afterwards just to get the look and the whatever it's supposed to smell like. Citrus power, so citrusy orange shit. But yeah, it has some solvent properties that IPA doesn't have. And then IPA afterward always seems to do the trick for whatever I'm working with. Man, that thing's soaked. We're gonna have to get all that alcohol out of that. And I've never, also with this crap, I've never tried what we did with the IPA, like flooding it in something to see if usually it takes pressure to move the stuff, so never thought it a good idea to dump it in something, but the IPA can sit and soften up stuff, whereas I don't know if this would be the particular chemical for that job. Alright, one stage down. Let's go to stage 2. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it's just that, let's see if I can show you, that shiny look, yeah, it doesn't look great. So we're going to go back in and try and clean that up now. Let's give a check and see what is on. So we did get a little overflow to the screen, not bad. We can live with that, we'll clean that later. Let's continue this tear down, get some of this crap out of our way. need to take a minute and clean these. I think I did this one, we'll do it again for good measure. And was it this one? All right, time to start tearing. What a nightmare. Blue, blue. Red, red, red will be the short. Blue. This isn't a definite way to judge, because I mean, I guess you have no way of knowing if a laptop's ever been serviced or not, you know, or a computer. We'll say laptop in this case, if it's been serviced or not. Somebody's done something different with it. But pay attention when you're pulling the screws out of these. The screws have different colors of thread locker on. Like the shorter ones we just pulled out of here, and then also this bracket have red thread. I don't know if you can see. Let's see if we can even see this. I'll try and make sense out of it. So they'll have red thread lock on, and then blue ones were the ones that were the battery board here. Those are the blue ones. And then I think we may have a different color or blue again for motherboard screws. We'll find out when we get there. But that's one of the ways you can tell stuff apart, at least on Apple laptops. Not pretty much no other laptops. Maybe they use color-coded thread locker, but I've really only noticed it with Apple computers. So what do we need out for this keyboard? Do we have to take absolutely everything? This shit's not going to be fun. Where's our fan? And our fan, so we can get those, pull those. We have wires running across. Any wires here? No? No. They have this thing glued down, they do. Fuck it, it's not moving. Right. I think this is the webcam wire in our, well, obviously our Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth antennas, but then our webcam wire, I think, is what that connector is. It was on previous ones, but I'm not guaranteeing it here. What's going on here? We shouldn't need to go that far, hopefully. Gotta get that. Another thing to note, I know it holds true, I don't know if it's MacBook Pro, MacBook Air. Did they make the sockets different on these? Indeed they did. I think there's one on the MacBook Airs. Let's take a look. So I know I'm not talking complete crazy shit. Okay, so essentially same socket. And I believe if you really wanted to, you could reverse this. It's not going to do much in the way of being where it needs to be, and it could possibly slow your fan down, especially if there's adhesive on it and you stick it to the fan. But it is reversible. I'm glad to see they changed that. It's a different socket on each side. I have had these come in. I didn't know if it was this or 13-inch Pros that these were flipped and ran right across the fan. Wondering why. Why, how? But it happens. Some people's kids. That's what I've been told people say about me. Is some people's kids. So, you know. Just say it back. Some people's kids. Alright, we got our wire. Let's see what color the thermal or the thread lock is on our fan screws. So blue, long blue screw. A different type of blue screw or thread lock screw. So we have 3 different types here. This will probably be blue as well. Nope, red. Alright. But 3 different type screws. We should be able to keep those apart. Keep track of them easy enough. That will let our fan will be ready to come out. We need to take these 4, get the screws out of our other fan. And I think at that point we can start tearing the board out. I'm not super familiar with this year 15-inch. Really, the only 15-inch of these that I've known wasn't even a MacBook. It was the, what the hell were they called years back? What is it, PowerBook? Is that what they were years ago? I think it was the Power. There's the iBooks, and then the PowerBooks, the aluminum ones. I tore a few of those down. Nightmare. Alright, so blue, that, and red. Basically the opposite. I'm going to flip our latches for our fan connectors. Hopefully they're not glued down. They shouldn't be. It is without a doubt under our heat pipe. Let's go ahead and loosen that up and then work on the rest. Parts tray. That'll work. Right, we now have 2 parts trays. Good, good. A little bit of backed up little animals here. We got to rezone them. All right, enjoy your new home, my friends. Disconnect our display cable. Yeah, it's in the way slightly, so we're gonna have to pull this other board, what is that, our card reader HDMI USB. I was gonna say MagSafe, but now it's USB. All right, cable. What are you, speaker? Are you an up or are you a out? Tell me your secrets. Up. And this one should be an up as well. Indeed it is. All right, both speakers left and right. Up. Hopefully we don't take that out. Whatever that is, we don't want to rip that. Is this just protection or is that something? Protection? Yeah. However, this isn't. This is something. That is, if you don't notice it, you're ripping an important part. Backlight, I'm going to guess. I don't know, maybe. And we've got a connector here. So there, watch out for that. That. I believe the mic, the speakers, display cable, don't know if it's attached to the other side of the board or not. You'll have this on some unfamiliar devices. Snapped up. Let's pull this ribbon cable out. Snap that back down so we don't break it. What else? We've got one here. I'm just going to take our time and keep removing cables. And is that the... Why is... Oh, I get it. Okay, so this is here. And I said display cable. And we have another display cable, one that actually goes to the display. So This runs over to the HDMI port. I just figured that out. I'm like, what? Started tripping. I'm like, did I not just unplug a cable that had a little bracket thing just like this a minute ago? This would be an absolute nuisance to grab, but we're going to try it. There we go. Come on, my friend, you have to leave. Let's go. You too. Bye. I'm taking just a second and third look around to see what we're going to run into with pulling the screws on this board. Let's go ahead and pull them out. Is that on the motherboard? It could be. I don't know. So I'm going to pull it out just in case. Was that all TikTok? That's some nut shit. Oh. Patreon and Twitch. Whew. Checking the, yeah, okay, so we got a long screw, short screw. No thread lock on the one that came from there, unless it's a color I can't see. Alright, we're getting all long screws out of this board so far. Let's keep looking here. What's under the pads? I don't know. We'll take a look here in a moment. Likely nothing. 2 long screws, short screw, even shorter screw. This comes around. Let's go ahead and pull the screws for our DC inboard as well. We're right here. We might as well. I'm going to set them off to the side though. What are they? Red thread lock. Okay, we can put them on the magnet. Red, short, red, short. I'm going to start trying to lift this out, see where we still might be attached. Man, I hope there's not something under there. That would be no fun. I'm very careful looking for connections the whole way that I didn't disconnect yet. And this one is disconnected. What the hell is this? This just has to be adhesive protection. Almost has to be. It's stuck down. Yeah. We're going to unclip there. Let's try and lift. Okay. And board's out. We do have some IPA that traveled up to that area. We'll go ahead and clean that up quick. It's removing the black on that mesh, one of those mesh type stickers, or the speaker grill, I guess. So we'll dab that off. Okay, that was a microphone. Is for the keyboard, possibly for the keyboard backlight. Let's take a look over this board, ignoring any IPA that we might see, because we know we put that there, but we'll look for any type of corrosion while we check this board over quick, get this housing out of the way. Before we go any further, I do want to open this up. What? That's one thing I don't know where it is. Okay. So the one screw that didn't have thread lock on came out of right here. Possibly, I don't know what the hell's going on there. That doesn't feel loose. It feels like it's going to stay. So yeah, let's check our housing for crap everywhere. Display still looks good. Possibly a little IPA came down through. We know we got some there. Overall, very good. We'll move on to the keyboard here in a bit. Right now, I just want to take a look at this board, make sure there's no signs of corrosion, especially around the keyboard connector, backlight connector, and if we see anything anywhere else. I don't expect to, but you never know. We're going to give a check and see what we can see. Keyboard problems don't always mean bad keyboard. A lot of times they do, but not always. Drink and break for a minute though. I'm back. Your internet went down, Michael. This is 2022. You're supposed to, come on, you're supposed to have internet, hotspot on your phone, and the little portable hotspot box like that. I mean, I know that's an iPod video, but your little hotspot box that goes in your pocket for internet, you gotta have multiple sources for internet these days. Isn't that what all the kids do? Is have all the best internet sources. Alright, I'm taking a break for a minute. 1 second, and chat to you people if you have anything to say. How did your internet go down, by the way? Storm just went down? No idea? Just went down, you say? Now turn that on. Ah, sorry about that. Thirsty. It's warm in here. We actually have heat now. We didn't have heat for a week. But we have heat now. Alright, let's get the scope on, get this source powered up so we can take a look-see. We want to look, see what we can see, and hopefully nothing shows up. Let me find that source is going to, what is it going to be? It's going to be the cam link. Back, maybe? We'll try it. Yeah, that looks like the case. What are we looking at there? Is that the flash drive that says password and monkey? Indeed it does. Okay. Yep. Great camera. Alright, let's go ahead and check around our keyboard connector real quick. What can I do here to give a better view of the screen? Let's turn off the, wait, that's, okay, that's the A5100. What else do we have here in the way? That one? We'll leave the A51 on. That gets, gotta remember to turn it back on. We'll get those out of the way. And zoom. Now let's get this in focus. We have a lot of dust on this board though. I will say that much. And I hope that's coming across on camera, just how much dust is there. That's coming across, right? We can see a very dirty board. Now let's grab, where's our mini brush? We're going to just go through and brush stuff out as we see it. To be fair though, an airline would probably just do more justice, so potentially we aren't going to brush all this out. Yeah. Alright, waste of time. Let's look. Any obvious signs of crap other than dust? Let's find, zoom out, find our keyboard, which is there. No, man, just a bunch of dust. Why is that? I take it manufacturing is why that's blue. $16 gig. Not a bad model, I guess. Does that mean 16 gigs of RAM? 2.2 gigahertz. i5, I think. Alright, focus for the people, not for you, dummy. Focus for the people. Alright, I'm going to try and just move this on screen. Take a look. We'll dump some of that crap off. So far, so good. I'm not seeing anything. Didn't peel up this adhesive. Take a look under. There's our backlight connector for the keyboard, I believe. At least it resembles the backlight connector on a 2015 A1502 820-4924 board, I believe. That's the one that I have, other than my 2018. They're all horrible laptops. A20000138A. Looks clean. Let's go back. That's what, our keyboard. That chip looks like it gets some, is that a glass chip? Get some heat on it or something. Just the color shift in it, like, very dusty, very dirty board. Let's I'm gonna try and clean that off, see if that's something on it or it just got hot and changed the hue of it like that. Oh, come on with the chat. I'm not on it here. I'm gonna ban. Oh, did you ban that, Michael, or delete it? I see it in my Restream chat, but not in my YouTube chat. Did you hide all that? Either Chris, Michael, somebody. If you did, thank you. I just looked up and saw chat and saw the adult, what is it? New adult dating chat free. What are they saying? The chat's free or the dating's free? Or it's all free? I don't know, man. I have to take them up on some of these offers. What do you say? Oh, wait, I can't. So was it something on the chip or a combination of the both? Both, I'm gonna say. because it's definitely glass, definitely shining, but all that brown smudge made its way off of it. I definitely don't have a donor part here for that, so we're going to hope that's not our keyboard issue. I would need to, I don't even think I have a schematic for this thing. So we're hoping that there's no problems with the board. Very dirty, we're going to airline it to clean it off. And yeah, whoever hid that, thank you. No, it wasn't you, Michael? Because it's not, I'm monitoring on YouTube and Restream. Restream, I can see it because it just has record of all messages, but actual YouTube, it's gone. So, whoever did, thank you for pulling that crap out of the chat. Alright, that is one complete walk around on this side of the board. We're going to flip it over. Watch it look like moldy like cheese, the whole entire side. No, wait. I take that back. No, we didn't look at this. Holy shit, look at this. Fuck, man. I disabled my camera. Alright, well, you got me. We'll flip back to this one. Look at this thing. Look at all them chips. What is that, 8 and 8? Where is the SSD? If those are the... Where the hell's the drive on this thing if those are the, what's it? Is one side RAM, one side's SSD? Because the chips are both the same on both sides. Perhaps the SSD is on the other board. We'll get to that. Anyhow, let's continue taking a look. That's not the important question here. Let's get back under the scope and take a walk around this thing, this side, see what's what. Hoping for no corrosion, but we'll do a little bit of vignetting, not much. How is that? And there's that adhesive gunk on this side. I would really want to pry it up and look under. I could probably hit it with some hot air. I just don't want to risk ripping any component that's stuck too loose, so we're gonna resist the urge to want to do that. I feel like I'm going crazy here. No, there is no SSD. I pulled it out. Duh. That's why I couldn't find it. I just remembered it's right here. I'm like, is it on the board? I pulled it out. A little delayed in the thinking. A little delayed in the thinking. So what is that IPA residue from earlier? Let's take the dry end of a cotton swab and see. No IPA on this whatsoever. No, so something definitely hit the board in that area. Maybe it was. Let's look at it. Where would this be in the laptop? So we'll flip over to this camera quick. Dim that. So it's right there. So it would be, it was in there like that. Potentially we soaked it with some IPA, but I don't see how. Unless we sprayed it, because it would have been, it would have been right there like that, and that area is there. I wonder. Alright, back under the scope. Back under the scope we go. Sorry about the bright flash. Anybody watching in a dark room? rotating the board so I can get to this side of it. Just odd, whatever. Let's see what IPA does to it. So it cleans it up. Don't know. Moving on. What the fuck is that? Boy, if that isn't an odd little block. What is that thing? Whatever it is from 2010 into 2015. And let me find the dry end of this thing again. Here we go. Yeah, all this crap is, I'm gonna say, not from me. Not what I wanted to see. We'll clean it off though while we're here, lightly. Wow, no. Is it just dust and lint, or is that corrosion in there? This looks like dust, lint. We'll give it a good clean. Could possibly be potential corrosion. I'm not going to say a lot. Whatever this is, though, it's like sticky. So some type of liquid hit board in this whole area. Solder ball. Let's do a little bit of work. Here, just cleaning. Ambulance. There it goes. Right by. Help! Help a MacBook. You passed this? Alright, we're starting to get into glass chip area. We're going to leave that alone. We really can't afford something coming off. It has to be for me, the IPA. Almost has to be, right? Right? Let's say it was. Why is this? No, that's not IPA. Why is it sticky like that? These usually aren't like that from manufacturing. What is that? What the hell critter are you? Bye. Alright, so other than that one spot, no actual let me drop an IPA all over the board. Nothing that actually looks bad. Let's finish it up. I'll go back over to this side quickly. Spots. Did we look at this side? I believe we did. Yeah, no, nothing looks bad. Nothing that we're going to get hot air out on and zap it with or replacing components. We're going to go for keyboard. I don't see anything concerning, especially around the keyboard or the backlight connectors. Yeah. Other than being extremely dirty and wanting to brush a bunch of the dirt off. I'm going to call it good. Alright, let's go back here, dim that, get it out of the way, and go for however we got to get this keyboard out. So we're going to remove a little rubber gasket with adhesive, keep track of that. I'm real good at losing those, and we are bracketed down with what, 1, 2? Let's get a bigger Torx driver on this case to pull those. Do I have one? I should. Do I have the right one is the better question. That, whoa, that, okay, so we got 5. Shit, we got a convoy of fire trucks and ambulances heading out the road. Something's going on. Okay, that's free. We'll pull that out of the way for now. Give me a moment here, people. Gotta mute it. Da, 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 da. All right, mouse and keyboard. Oh, I need a mouse and keyboard, and I gotta program a dongle quick. How can do this? Oh, give me one moment here. On another break, I know I'm slacking tough. Going to install some software quick. Probably still have to download, but we're going to download it again. Download now. Run it. Is it going to install something? Sorry if you heard a ding. I do have my audio unmuted. I'm going to accept, install, finish. Alright, that popped up. Oh, let me find this stuff and then we'll make use of it. I can show after I find a couple things. I just need to find what I'm looking for. That, man, some shit is going down the road. Holy hell, there's stuff happening, man. Trucks just keep going. Emergency. Okay, so we're going to take a little brief intermission here. I have my mother-in-law coming in. We got a Logitech set here. She needs a mouse and keyboard. The Dell that we did not long ago on stream was for her dad, so Pap. The Dell Optiplex that I said for Pap that we did. But what we got to do right now, we don't have a receiver. So let's take and do something cool with this. I'll show you about it. We're gonna have to pop the batteries though. I'm not giving away batteries. We're gonna do something cool with this real quick. Turn it on, make sure we're turned on, and then we're gonna pop. So we have a Logitech USB dongle, special, and it can't just be any, it has to be one of the ones that has that symbol right there, that little symbol. Makes it very important, that little orange and black symbol, that snowflake looking Logitech, what's it at, whatever it is. So let's take a look over here at my LCD. I don't really have much up on screen. We're going to take and go to advanced, and I'm going to plug in this receiver that I just showed you. Okay, so we can see that it's paired with, let me show you, WM514. Let's make sure this is indeed that. Okay, let's go back to the camera. So on the screen we saw K400R. Let's look here. So here's our K400R that receiver is paired with. It's a keyboard with trackpad, and I happen to have a spare receiver in there that I can pair with this, so I don't mind giving up that receiver. And we don't have one for this Logitech set. And then we also have a mouse. I'm going to turn this thing off. It may disappear, it may not. And we're going to also, this should be off. This is the WM whatever was in that list. Let's go to advanced. And we'll pop back over, show you this. So the mouse and keyboard are both off. We're going to unpair. So we have our unifying receiver. We're going to pair a new device. And what we're going to do, wow, do I have a camera for reference in this one? You know what, let's go here. And this is what, the A5100. A5100 I got right here. So we're going to take in, where is it? I want to copy it, and then we're going to pop back over to the screen. I'm actually going to, where's my sources? Right here, we'll paste a reference. Okay, there's my reference. We'll try and make it so we can see the software. Let me move that on screen. It won't let me move it. Cancel. Let me move it. And we're going to take and pair a new device. So we should be able to see on screen. We don't want that one. We're going to turn it on or off and then back on. Hopefully this works unless we have a dead battery, which we may. Let me change the battery first. Hopefully we have one that's live to be able to do this. So on, off, back on. M180. I don't know if these are pairable or if I just have completely dead batteries on all accounts. Let me check. I'm trying to think what else I have here. And I can check for a battery. You take double A's, don't you? We know you have juice. Yeah, there we go. So hopefully this works for this one. The device you're trying to pair is not unifying compatible. Please use the receiver that came. Okay, so not unifying compatible. It means it's paired to its own set. So we can't do it with that one. It means I got to find the receiver for it. As far as I'm aware, we don't have it. But to finish out the exercise, here's the receiver for this one. And we'll just go ahead and pair this back to that one since we can't use that. We're going to hit pair device. And it actually told me it's not unifying compatible as soon as we tried it. And you do that switch off and then on. And if it detects it. So there's our K400 paired back up. And real quick, we'll take and we're going to turn on our mouse. And it's on, judging by the light. We need to pair a new device. So on, did it grab it? Yep, so we just repaired these with that receiver. That's not what we need. Give me a few minutes, I gotta look for a receiver. Got somebody here to pick up a mouse and keyboard, so I'll be right back with you. But yeah, very cool. If you use wireless stuff, get Logitech, it's super awesome. If you buy the unifying stuff, you can pair up your wireless stuff. You lose the receiver, just get another unifying receiver, and you're good to go. But yeah, give me a minute here. Mute you, Beth. Okay, it unmuted. Okay, that's a person not wild about being on the internet. This is mother-in-law. Sorry I couldn't pair the mouse and keyboard that I wanted to, but hey, I at least got to show the awesome power of the unifying software, and I forget where I pushed this out of. We'll put it back if we find a spot. Keyboard looks, or the motherboard looks good. I'm going to move on to the keyboard. Fernando, I didn't see you, sir. Yeah, sorry about the audio. Yeah, definitely. Michael's paying attention. I muted it because mother-in-law being in the shop, she doesn't like being on camera or being heard, so I took and, you know, muted it for her. Let's lift this out of here. And we should get one more. Are you stuck down? Or are you just stuck around? Is this a down or around situation? Tell me your secrets. It looks like it wants to come off of there, but it also looks like it's stuck under something else. Let's pull the board first and continue on. And I think I said it, but good evening, Fernando. I didn't see you jump in here. You're stuck to the magnet. Get out of there. So we have a couple things to pull. What are you? What is this little nuisance? I have no idea. But we'll pull this other. Wow. Okay, so something got in here. Wait till I show you this board. Hopefully there's nothing going on with it. We have both those little blue, or I'm going to set these off to the side there. Let's see if this board will just lift out simply. It will. What is this plastic cap for? Spacer, speaker, shield. I don't know. So literally just a cover to cover up, looks like those, potentially? I don't know. We're going to put it back though. Oh yeah, we want to look at this board, then we'll put it back. We're going to have to yank this out. What were you? You were just under that. Okay, fine. Get out of there. Out of there. We're going to have to pull this out. We got to lift some speakers out and go to work on the keyboard. Let's take a quick look at this board. Do we have light? Bright light. Let's check this one out. Not that this is going to have any bearing on the job, but it definitely looks like something hit it, at least back there. Unless that is totally heat. I don't know. I don't know if liquid can cause that or if it's heat that causes that. But everything on the board appears okay. Other than all the slop around the USB, what is that, USB? Yeah. A bit dusty in there like it's never been used. What is that? HDMI and USB, possibly used, but not affecting our keyboard, so let's get to that. That's the job we're here for. Flipping back to this camera. Turn the light off, and let's get the speakers out of our way. We know they had, what, 2 or 3 different screws? 4? 4. Alright, so unless you're not paying attention at all, it'd be pretty hard to mix up those 4 different screws. Fairly hard. We'll take and set them off to the side. You can potentially confuse them with other screws, but they're, as far as going into the speaker, they're all 100% different from each other. No fear on that one. Let's pull these ones and get to work on our keyboard. Least favorite thing to do is keyboards, but that's the job it was here for originally. Battery was just a safety, like, I know that some had been serviced and some hadn't, and this one had not, so the battery came in handy. Alright, microphone can stay, speaker grills can stay. We need to remove the backlight. Before we do anything, we're going to check our parts to make sure that we indeed have a 15-inch MacBook Pro keyboard, US, and also that our backlight fits this shape with our backlight connector being right there. Keyboard connector coming off up here. Where the hell are the boxes now? That's a good question. We have our parts sitting on them. Alright. Parts back. We can go for seems like an appropriate size backlight. And we have some screws. Keyboard. Alright, so that would be going in there as such. We'll look at the other side here. That would come up, get folded around under. No, over the backlight and then taped down and then refolded. So over the backlight, taped down, then refolded on itself and bent up. That looks correct. Let's verify with the business side of the keyboard and see where we're at. I'm going to take a quick moment and snap this thing back on before I forget. And then later I'm questioning, where the hell does it go? So I did reattach the screws for the hinge. Top row is most important. I mean, other than all the letters, we got escape, dim, bright. Symbols are a little different because it is aftermarket. It's not a genuine Apple keyboard. F3. The font's a bit different sized on the F keys. F4. Keyboard dim and bright. Media keys, mute, volume down, volume up, and then the power button. Everything looks to be in the same place. FN control, alt, option, command, command, option, arrow. The dip between the arrows looks good. Not bad for aftermarket, but definitely not a genuine Apple keyboard. Let's get that out of the way and go for our backlight, verifying that it's right. It looks the right size, but we got to make sure that it's going to have the connector in the right spot and do what we need it to. Where is the seal on this? They zip this bag shut. Great, here we go as we cut our bag, or cut our backlight, trying to open the damn bag. keep that. So we have, what's going on there? Why is that like lifted off? We peel that anyhow, but it's misaligned. And then we have our other adhesive, a little misaligned on it right there. Shouldn't hurt it, nothing stuck to it. We have our little backlight connector, but I'm not convinced it's in the right spot. So this would go, shit man, what does that do? Do a recurve on us? Okay. So it gets, alright, so everything seems like it's going to fit. We just have to figure out how to bend that ribbon. Right now to be safe, because I don't know, we're going to check and ensure it looks good. I just have to figure out how to bend the ribbon for the backlight, but right now we're going to look at the backlight connector up close and then verify also the new one. Light getting bright on the scope. And where's our little backlight connector? Grab some tweezers. Flip it over so we can take a look-see. So 14 pins. Let's check the new one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 pins. When we look at them, they look a little different from each other, but again, not a genuine Apple keyboard. As long as we'll see how this fold. We'll check out how that fold was made after we remove this backlight, hopefully, and it's really okay. So it's stuck under this layer. So let's start peeling that layer off and get to the keyboard repair. Rust in the holes, yeah. Unify, awesome, man. Yeah, I think you're the first person, Fernando, that's ever mentioned Unify with about the unifying software. Like, I brought it up before, but nobody said nothing. And I think you're the first person I've actually talked to about it that uses it. It's great because I've personally taken stuff somewhere to get worked on. I didn't have time to fix it, or not within my wheelhouse, and left receiver in, didn't get it back, didn't notice, loaned stuff out, lost receivers, and this is all before the time of Logitech unifying software and the unifying receivers. It's great. You can just get a new receiver, pair other mice and keyboards to it. So yeah, it's good stuff. I don't see that we have one of those. Not with this, not with the backlight or the keyboard. We don't have a sticky piece to cover our ribbon cable after we fold it on itself and have it come over to do the refold. We don't have that sticky part, so I'm going to try and salvage that right now. Hopefully that is the case. It's actually stuck here, so yeah, we really need to get that off of there. And without the help of IP, I don't want to dissolve any adhesive. I'd like it to stay stuck where we put it. Let's where to put the thing. I mean, it's nothing little Captain Tape can't handle, but I would prefer it be this stuff. Black is going to blend in and look way better than shiny orange, shiny transparent, translucent, opaque, whatever the right word is, orange. Oh, we just have to get it off of our ribbon cable. That's step 2. Without, yeah, it looks like it's going to shred away from that. At least it's foil. Actually, we don't need that. We don't need a whole big piece. It'd just be wasteful. Okay, so comes off, goes slightly over, and just 45. Fold our mic back. That looks good. We need to rip that out of there. Who wants it? MacBook Pro 15-inch backlight, 3 easy payments in $99.95. It can be yours. Slightly used. Alright, and the worst part of this, yanking that keyboard out of there. Ooh. Are we going to be able to pull, or like the 13-inch, or do we gotta go? We gotta go crazy and drill. It should be a yank fest, but what do I need to make this work? You're in the way. I gotta move you clamps. Nothing else is in the way? No? Just you? Fair enough. Oh, I hate when they get caught on the little screw hole things. You can probably take it across the top and get it loose. I'm not going to struggle and fight that the whole time. Bottom row. Almost new 15-inch MacBook Pro keyboard. For sale, who wants it? Alright, let's clean all that up before we set this back down and scratch the surface of it. That'll still work. We can put it back in. What are you savages doing up this late anyhow? Some people normally night owls? I guess it's not too late. I'm used to being on way later. But I did start earlier. We need all these pieces out of our way. We don't want anything scratching our housing on our laptop. We're gonna if these keep getting yeah, hold on, give me a moment here. We're doing this big brain. I don't have many parts laying on it. Let's move the stuff that is on it. Alright, no actual parts. No parts. Let's roll it all to the center and verify. We're not about to dump any parts off. I don't see any parts. All just those little aluminum things. Always up late? I know, my friend. What are you doing? Burning your hobby there. Or business, I guess. I don't want to call it hobby. Business. 'Cause that's not hobby grade. That's like impressive results, man. Taking scrap, whatever, scrap wood and making it into something so awesome. All right, let's take a look and see how bad off are we. I'm gonna just for good measure, I'm gonna try and lightly clean that screen off, just in case any. I know I had it against the bench, but if there were any little aluminum fragments that got on it, I feel horrible if we closed it and they got stuck between this and broke anything that, like, cracked the display, scratched it, stuck in it. So we're just going to give it a little wipe down with this cleaner. Nothing actually cleaning on it, just to knock anything that's on it loose. Possibly a little bit, I don't know. I'd rather be safe about it than have to replace something. While we're here, boy, I don't know how crazy to get with it. Orange pointy stick, where did I throw you? One of my favorites, and I lost you. The orange point, there it is. The orange pointy thing. Let's grab some Go Juice. This one's about empty. We have another one in the vicinity. We should, I don't know where I threw it. take and clean up a bit of the old adhesive and dust, whatever left behind where it stuck. There was one of those stupid aluminum things trapped in there with the gunk. It was sent to curse our day. Another one stuck in the adhesive. Two stuck in the adhesive. Alright, we're going to get a couple swabs, wipe over that just to clean it up a little, if it does. If not, we're not going to waste a bunch of time on it. I want to get this thing back together and go see the kids. And put the battery in. Yeah, we got some more. They were hiding. Come here, you. Keyboard's the hard part. Battery's the easy part. We'll get that in, no problems. The battery. And this guy can come pick up his laptop he's giving away tomorrow. You're not doing... What's going on at the moment, man? Just taking a break? Taking it easy, Michael? You said you're not doing much at the moment, but you're going to start up the burning soon. Hey, I sent some cool stuff. I forget if I asked, do you have an iron? Do you know what an iron is? Like a household iron? For ironing clothes, Michael? Hopefully you do. If not, hopefully you can find like a second-hand one or something cheap. I'm sending some iron-on stuff so you can add it to your own whatever you want. And it can be done with an iron. Send instructions, but if they don't make sense, just get a hold of me and I will let you know what I know. But fairly easy as long as you get it up to the right temp. Got one? Nice. You'd be able to iron on your logo onto some other stuff that you have. Swabs don't seem the way to be to do this, but they do seem to be cleaning up. I don't want to really scrape in this area in case it slips off and pressure onto the screen, so we'll take the patience route. I don't know, can we scrape it? Alright, we just won't use a lot of pressure. Yeah. I only have 2 iron-on things packed up right now. I just got actually some new stuff I'm trying this week. So I'm gonna design, print, and cut a couple more things to throw in. I'm waiting on one shirt that Jimmy had a hand in making. And then I have I have all your shirts done. I have one other shirt I'm making to send along and I can ship. So within the next week, we'll definitely be sending that over. Just waiting on the last couple little pieces to be added in. Can't tell you what all's in there. There's a bunch of stuff. Look at that, right there. Just waiting to curse the job and destroy our screen. Little metal things hanging out. Plus we have to go through and pop all these out that are still stuck in there, so that's what a joy. There's another one. Damn it. They're just all over the place waiting to ruin the day. What is... oh, that's the... yeah, okay, so that piece ripped off on that side. That's fine. Just a little piece of plastic. It doesn't hurt it. Not going to make or break the job. Not important. Alright, let's clean that off and get to popping those things out that are such a nuisance. Look at chat here in a second as soon as I get past this. I mean, to be fair, we're covering this up with the new backlight and it'll probably just stick to all this stuff. The main point was going around to catch any of those little metal pieces that rip loose, like the little rings. Make sure we got them out of the way. And save this screen. But also clean it up. Give the new backlight adhesive a good shot at sticking. Okay, I think that will do. I don't see anything in there sticking to the display. We'll open it up just to verify that we didn't knock something loose and it went flying in under where we can't see. A little bit of IPA. Everything else, no metal, no metal, no metal. We are streaking. We'll give this a good clean afterward. Alright, let's, we gotta start popping all these loose. Let me grab the tools we're doing that with, and we're gonna, whoo-hoo, nightmare and a half. I know I tried doing it by eye, but I'm gonna make sure like I'm not. I'm gonna try. Bright light. Legit gonna try and, because I actually had to go under scope for a couple to see what I was doing a few times. So we're going to try and grab these and pop them out of there. That one especially, like we can only approach that from one angle. And we, like, it's going to cut off. Just trying to grab it and pry. Alright. Let's go without the scope for now. Plus it's going to make a bloody mess out of it. I'm going to try and grab it and barely put pressure on to cut, but just enough where I want to lift. This is not going to be a good start. There has to be another way to get these other than gripping them with micro cutters. Let me see if I have a Y tool here, like any type of Y tool that I can knock in on that and lift. There is not one, or is there? Oops, that's too big to work. And that's a bit anyhow. That's essentially what we need is a micro Y tool. Yeah, those are bits. There's nothing even close. Micro cutters it might be, but the thing is the ends of these are shot. Let me grab the new ones. I don't want to destroy new ones, but I also don't want to not be able to grab some, so if I have to grab a couple with new ones and buy another 3 sets, we can do that. It legit just wants to keep cutting. This is such a tedious process. It's like real touchy. Did any pop? No. So none popped out. We may end up having to drill, which is not going to be fun. These did some pop out or not? No, no, okay. 2 did pop out, so let's see if we can just pop a couple. We use the new set of cutters. Okay, they do pop out, just verified. We got to go around and pull every one of these little nuisances. So we'll save the troublesome ones till last. Ones all around the edge are going to be the hardest because the keyboard's recessed down in. Let's give a little grab and lift upward. Throw it away. Start making our way across this. I think I just cut that one. Nope, we got her. It came out in 2 goes. And the pressure between having it enough to lift it and cutting it off, there's like a thin line of how much you have to squeeze to actually grip it, to pull it, and just a slight bit more squeeze and just snips it right off. So come on, man, work with me here, not against me. Got it. Thank you. Oh yeah, chat. That's my plan, to get it there before Christmas, man. It really is. I didn't mean to take too long, and the longer it's been, the more ideas I've come up with. So, you know, I kind of goofed on the one shirt. I was paying attention, but I wasn't, like, at the same time. I was just like so happy to finally have what I needed to finish it. And I'm like, and it's all straight and nice and good, but at the same time not. But I'm going to make one to replace that. What a nuisance this is. Please pop out. I think I don't know how many of these there is to go, but it's like 80 some, 100. I know I counted on a MacBook Air, but not one whole row, but one whole row minus the edges. I'm going to try and get the edges out now by prying backwards. Got it. That might be our grab and pry back to get the edge ones out. I think that's going to be the tactic. Alright, don't try it, lefty. Spin it around. And go. Okay, I'm going to try this under the scope again so we can get a good view of what we got going on here. Let's try and do a couple on the edge. So there's that corner when it's all chopped up. I'm going to try and actually spin this and get it. I did want to wait, but we're going to go at it now. You can actually see if you're cutting versus lifting. Did I switch? I did. Sorry if it's not in focus. Oh, we got it budging. That's good news. So once you pop those out, you end up with that little plug guy and then a perfectly sized hole to put the new screws in to hold the keyboard in. Let's go for 100% on these. What do we say? I did get that edge one. We'll go around the edge under the scope and then go through the tough ones, or the easier ones, not under the scope. Is that focused enough? Don't thank me, man. Thank you. Thanks to you. You sent, dude. Look. Let me find the right camera. I know it's a wreck over there, but they're hanging right there in the cubby hole above the thing with all the stickers on. See the thing with all the stickers? I have both those signs hanging there. I see them every day I'm here, man. So thank you so much. You know what I mean? Like, they're awesome, awesome signs. Alright, where the hell were we? Doing extremely dumb stuff close to a screen. But let's go. Let's go. I just have messages coming in. Let me check it. I always like to check it. You kind of have to when you have kids. What the hell is going on? In case there's any emergency or some shit went down, something happened. Alright, we got that. We got that. Bye, bye, bye. Alright, I gotta reply to that guy. And we'll check that other shit later. Alright, got it. Let's keep going with this extremely tedious, stupid process. I'm gonna grab a drink. 1 second. That's okay. What's okay? Those signs, they're not just okay. They're awesome, man. I wish I could be that creative to take junk, essentially scrap wood, or you could use good wood. I'm just saying, but you know, to take something that was doing nothing essentially and make it into something so artful for somebody. Shit. I wish I was that good. Alright, we'll try and focus. Alright, grab, lift, repeat. You in the corner, you didn't think I saw you, did you? Sitting back here by yourself. Oh, we can barely even get the cutters on it. Guess what? You've been removed from the premises, pal. Get out of here. Alright, this is where it's getting tricky. I gotta kind of... I'm gonna turn my scope weird so I can get the laptop under and hopefully quit smashing my head on the Sony camera. But, whatever. Alright, let's move the scope out a little. Turn it weird so I don't hit the camera with my head. And continue. And we focused? We are. Next. I want to process with this shit. I don't know. Under the scope might be the new way because you can actually see when you cut in a little bit, and it's super hard to see by eye. I mean, maybe if I had my 19-year-old eyes instead of my 24-year-old eyes. Oh wait, 24, 42. Oh. All right. Whoa, that's one of the ones that pulled. Okay. Okay. What the shit is it? I wonder if that's something I should have pulled out. We'll check it. We've got to check to make sure the new keyboard goes down over that screw or has a cutout to go around it. And that one too. If not, we'll pull them out. That one pulled. And if there's not cutouts, we'll have to remove them before we put the new keyboard on. A lot of shit to keep in mind on this. Alright, turning the scope a little. I'm starting to get where I need room the other way. And it cut. Blame me, I wasn't down far enough. Alright, it's coming out. There it goes. Come here, my friend. You have to be rezoned. I'm sorry, but you need to find a new home. Another one of you corner guys, huh? There we are. Let's hope it comes out just as easy as the other ones. We have a few right in this area here. 3 altogether. Let's just pull all 3 of these and get them out of the way. These are the new micro cutters too. It plays hell on them doing this, but I'd rather this than the old beat up blades that are gonna slip and keep chopping them off. So I think I got 3. You know, some people complain about Hakko as a brand, but I happen to really prefer their soldering iron. I got 3 sets of these micro cutters for like $11. And are these Hakko brand, or are they some other cheap brand? Quality hand tools, CHP. No, I think I looked at Hakko ones, did I? Yeah, no, they're not Hakko. They're CHP for a brand, and it says quality hand tools. Great micro cutters. I got 3 sets for $11. The original set I got from a vape shop down the road from my house for making my own coils when I was bigger into that, but yeah. Alright, bright light, bright light, bright light. Let's continue the journey. And what a journey it is. Yeah. So, ruin them, but we'll just order another set of 3, and I'll have 3 new ones, 2 used ones, and then I think the wife, Mike gave a set to my wife for her little oh, come on, get out of there. Her crafting and whatever things she does. Alright, so we made it that far. Let's go across this edge and clear these out. Right on the display. Let's grab that. Alright. Try and keep moving on this. This is the tedious part. I think this part, and yeah, we gotta remember, dump the display off again. Get out. Pulling these and putting the screws in are the most tedious parts, I think. Check chat here after we finish up this row. Ooh, that wasn't good. You get a couple chances at least, unless you squeeze too much and just clip it right off. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 more rows to go through. Let's go down the edge. We got that row. We will start here and work our way across. Try and square this up a little. Alright, didn't skip. Let's go. Did I skip one back there? No, that's all the way out to the edge. Alright. Did you say? I don't know. Did you say just taking a break from the burning for a bit? Busy? I mean, not trying to pry and dig, but you said he was starting to back up again. Well, that's it. I'm currently on break from like editing videos for a little bit. Now, granted, if there's any like episodes of The Buzz that are recorded for Jimmy's show, The Morning Buzz, I'll edit those. But repair videos, taking a small break from editing. That's why I've been doing mostly everything live. But I do have more stuff coming that I need to edit, especially the conclusion for that switch the other day. I did the last bit of that, recorded instead of live, and I need to edit that. I have it in Premiere, just not completed yet. Yeah. Okay, I think we're to the edge. Let's come back. 3 more rows. I don't know, I wasn't going to do these under the scope, but you can actually see how much you cut in and see the whole thing starting to lift versus squeezing a little too much and then chopping it off and having to go back at it again. So I think microscope is the new method for when doing these. You see too much. The detail is what's real important for being able to pull these successfully. These little aluminum rivets. Now what happened there, I was definitely prying. Cut. Alright. Let's, can we see? Yeah, we can't see all that in the scope. We kinda can. Got to keep looking at the monitor each time to see if it's in. Let me take the vignette off, and then I know it'll fit, or add the vignette back in, and I know that what I'm looking at on scope is basically what's on TV. I'm vignetting the black circle. Okay, so let's start on this row and get these ones, and then work back across these 2 rows at once, and that will leave us with No rows. It should be, right? Yeah, I think. Let me see. If this is the one I think it is, I'm going to latch onto it, then look. Yep. Okay, so we can finish this up. This pass will be the rest of this. And then, of course, I got to check. Okay, so that thing, we're going to leave that right where it is. Oh, okay. Couple more. Make sure I'm not clipping anything. All right, we're up against my Stream Deck. Let's go back down. So that's the edge with the screws that we can't forget to check. We got all those. Let's pull these couple and be done, I hope. All right, I lied. Couple more. One more. Two more. Quick, what's that QR code say right there? All right, jump back over here. Doing a quick go around and verify the work we just did. As soon as I find where the hell I threw a set of tweezers, which right beside me, let's just verify that holes are free. I think, well, we definitely got the edge. We'll go down this row. Down that row. Down this row. In that first one that kept cutting off, we did get that along this process. All those are pulled. Check the keyboard for the screws right now while I'm thinking of it. It seems that yes, we should have pulled those screws. That's 100%. We goofed on that one. Let's grab a driver, wind them out now. There's another little piece of misery that I don't want left in this thing. One of those little circles from when we ripped the keyboard out. It's gone. Before we do anything further, we're going to take and open our display up and dump it off and get all the aluminum dust from clipping at those off right now. Give it a tap. It's kind of stuck to it, so we're going to wipe it with a soft cloth and hope for the best. Actually, no. We're going to air. Okay. Put this back in. Give a clean. I just saw one of those nuisance circles. Don't know where it went. Let's find out. I don't want any floating around where it's going to appear in the machine later and short two things out. Hopefully it flung it out. I believe that it did. Yeah, it did. Alright, check our display one more time. Look at that. Look at that. How many times have I checked this thing? Can you focus? And what is that little nuisance thing right there? Come on, Sony. I believe. Right there, right on the display. Let's get it out of there. Alright. So many times checking it and dumping it. Air. Still another one got on it. Alright, none on the top, none on the display. Let's start on this keyboard. Screws. See? Almost forgot. Thankfully, the keyboard ripped loose around them. Was it there? It was there and there. Okay. Got it. Got to make sure the keyboard. Got to pick it back out of here. And then it goes in under a couple spots. Specifically here and here. That's where the battery connector screws down, I believe, something like that. Let's get our wires out of there. The keyboard is laying down. The one post hole is up through for the motherboard or whatever. One there, one there. I think there may be one more. We'll find it. Let's put our screws back in and start the long process of screwing this thing down. The PSP? The old PSP? No, I did not get, or the one that I did on the live stream, no, I did not get it going. It did not give a revisit. Do you want it? You want to give a go at fixing it? Or do you want me to revisit and try it again? I would really like to get it going. Just, like I said, it's great fun when something isn't working and then it is. And even as shitty as this is for repair, because you're part swapping, you know, it would have been cooler to change a component and bang, keyboard is 100% on again, right? Even though this isn't that way, it's still satisfying to take and fix something up. I mean, this isn't a quick, like, pull the bottom off and then throw a stick of RAM in, or pull a stick of RAM and put a new one in, and it's done. Like, we've got a little work into this. Like, especially you people, too, sitting watching. You got some work into watching, you know? So, although not a true repair, it is a repair in a sense, but not the same enjoyment as you get from repairing components. But all the same, still very enjoyable when you got to put a lot into it. But yeah, now I can revisit the PSP or let you attempt to go at it. Michael, it's up to you. Do I know like 80 friends? If if we all come over, it would take a minute or two. If we all had a screwdriver and each put a screw or two in, this would be done like so quick. I don't have 80 friends though. I don't even think I have 8. So scratch that idea. Oh, that needs to sink down some more. What am I doing over here? Other than nothing. Let's wind that screw in a little further. Make sure, yep, that's holding it. Roll these out so I'm not picking a bunch up with the magnet. Go to work. You have some ideas on that PSP, just I never really messed with the 3000 PSP 3000 3001 that much, mainly the fat and the 2000, but the 3000 isn't a stretch different from the, it's not very different from the 2000, so definitely can take another look. Like, there's definitely some worrisome stuff on it that just heating it up and cleaning it and reflowing some stuff and flux and solder didn't take care of. Like, just some of the BGA chips, I'd have to search to see if I could find them to pull them off, or I'm not sure if there was many QFN packages on there. That looks like a screw hole is covered by something. I have to check that. That is not... Okay, never mind. That can't potentially screw down right there because it's between the arrow keys. But... I mean, I have to know, because there's a screw hole here and there's a screw hole here, but there's no metal there to hold that screw in place. But if there's one there and the keyboard circuit is covering it, that's no good. So we're going to take a couple screws out, 3, maybe 4, and check to see if there's a hole under that. I mean, not much we can do about it. Did I miss something though? That's more or less what I'm wondering right now. So we'd take out 4. We'll be right back at it in a moment. So, what the fuck is that? No, there is no hole there. That's just the way it is. That's how it's built. And where there is actual screw hole, the head's not going to be big enough to hold the keyboard down. Only on one side, not both. So we're going to try and find a way to change that. We don't have much room on this thing, so whatever it is, it's going to be holding it isn't going to be strong. It's going to have to be super thin if I put any type of plastic washer or anything there. There's not much room on these screws, thread-wise, so it can't be very thick. But I'd like it to be held down there. That's right on the one side of the arrow keys. Let's see what one right here does for our arrow keys. And we get them on the side, that it's still going to have maybe a little flex by the up arrow key. Up to me. If you want to have a go at it, I'll ship it with everything. It's all yours, man. Consider it done. You can buy them. I've seen them a lot of places for cheap, but obviously none of them work. And I have a fully working Vita that's hacked, that I have all the ROMs, that all my ROMs have previously owned games and whatnot on. And quite a few games that you couldn't get, like Japanese games I have on it. They'll play on the Vita. That, and it's super cool to play Super Mario 64 from the Nintendo 64 on a little screen like that. Like, I don't know, it's one of my favorite games from years ago. Super Mario 64, and to have it portable without having to go through the trouble of building a portable Nintendo 64. Yeah, I'll emulate versus build one of those. Even though that could potentially be a cool project. One thing, Michael, you can't get that PSP and be like, oh yeah, he didn't have the DC jack plugged in. That's the whole problem. I didn't turn on. Plug it. Don't make no video like that, showing that I forgot to plug the DC jack in. It just works fine. You know, you can't be uploading that video. That's all. Who thinks we're even getting this thing back together? The whole laptop. Raise your hands if you think we're going to struggle getting it back together. We got parts and screws everywhere. I know, like, I'm just going to say 20. It could be 18. It could be 22. But like 20 years ago, that was one of the big... Why is there no... There's a screw hole there. So we have one... Let's check how many there are now. 1, 2, 3... 3 spots where you could put a screw, but it's not going to do nothing because there's a hole way bigger than the screw head. Done by design, not the best quality aftermarket. But no, like 20 years ago, tearing down stuff with a lot of parts, such, you know, something, say there was something this complex then, which there wasn't. There was, I don't know, some of the early ThinkPads, they're like multi-layers they had the boards like clipped on top of each other with sockets and like 3 layers deep, and just how they came apart was scary. And all these different sizes and screws. You had silver screws, black screws, different lengths, different sizes. It's kind of crazy tearing that stuff apart, and I got lost on some of it, and I actually had to like take and like, there were no tutorials. iFixit wasn't a thing. Had to, some of the battles getting stuff back together was insane. Tearing that stuff apart. It was in the early, well, yeah, like early 2000s, 2000, 2002. And on up. But I used to literally like map out every screw when I tear it apart, like have little sections where it mapped out with the parts or where it went, the shapes the screws were screwed in, and still terrifying, man, when it's not something you've done a lot of or was just trying to get into. I remember it. Wanting to give up, like, I'm never going to get this back together. There is too much shit here. This is one laptop. Impossible. You know, that's what it felt. I felt like you had like 5 things torn apart with some of them early laptops. Yeah, you're laughing, man, but I know. You get that PSP, you're like, yeah, Nick, he didn't plug the DC jack in on the motherboard. I'm like, why? How's it going to charge the battery? I assure you, it was plugged in. I checked that. And if I didn't, I'm going to check it right after this stream, just to make sure. Oh. Almost there, people. This long, drawn out, boring ass process. I did this. It wasn't on stream, and I don't think I did a video of it because I had already had a couple streams that week. This is, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, working on a MacBook Air. Went through the whole process because you do the same thing. Yank the keyboard out, pulled all those things. Keyboard in, backlight on. Keyboard was dead. New keyboard, dead on arrival. Had to order another, pull it, and wait for the replacement keyboard. And I think that every time now, like, this keyboard better work. A DOA keyboard. Brand new, dead on arrival. Unfreaking real. That's not gonna work. The screws are stuck together. I'm just thinking in my head here, how are we going to get this? I know how I'm going to do it. I know exactly how I'm going to hold them down. Not that I think the keyboard will be stiff enough with all the screws, but just them 3 spots. Where is it? Where are they? 1, 2, 3. Where the metal's bigger than the screw head, like way bigger. Like by design, that's how it was pressed, or I don't want to say cut, pressed. I don't think this is laser cut at all. I have my idea how we're going to hold those 3 spots down into the screw holes. I know what we're using for a washer, a retainer, whatever you want to call it. I just got to think now what to poke a hole with to let the screw pass through the material. No, definitely not going to be as sturdy as the metal of the keyboard, although that's another idea too. Maybe we'll do that. I like that idea. Let's do it now. Let's see what we can do. So we have the potential 1, 2, and 3. And I think first off, let's see if it's big enough. Let's snap one of these off here and see what the score is. Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Nice and sharp. All right, back to the scope. Bright light. Let's spin this guy around and see if this is going to work. I'm very curious. I want to know. Will my newest dumb idea work? All right, there we go. Let's get it semi in focus. I'm going to set this. Attempt to set it down. We're in the wrong neighborhood. Let go of it. Oh yeah, that's right. Magnetic screwdriver, certainly. Let's grab the screw. See if we can't get this to sink through there. It's going to be tough with the microscope there. As long as we can kind of partially line it up, press it down, and get it to hit. Move the scope out of the way. Let's see if it will thread at all. Maybe not. Maybe we'll give it one more shot. The big thing is going to be getting it to go through the what's it called, through the little metal clip that I cut off the corner of the old keyboard. I'm going to try and hold it in place with tweezers and then get the screw to go through. We have a little metal pin. That's going to work. Okay, so here's the solution. It's only a little bit thicker. There should be clearance for it. There is the solution. Press the keyboard down around that screw hole. Here, we'll move it over to the edge. Hopefully, yeah, you can still barely see it, but I can now get the screwdriver on it, kind of. I mean, it's a goofy angle, but here, we'll do this. See, this screw hole is there. There's no screw hole under there. It's here. So, it's definitely holding, definitely threaded. Bent that down out of the way a little. I'm going to do that 2 more times, so I got to sting my finger 2 more times chopping these corners. Grab the new cutters, they're sharper. Go ahead, get under this. What is the deal? Why is it? Oh, the black stuff. That's what made it cut so tough and snap. Maybe it was the metal, I don't know. Alright, we're going to... Yeah, it was snipping through the black stuff possibly that made it. I don't know. We're going to fold this one off. No, we're not. We're going to cut it. That's too much time wasted. Man, these are just not cutting that stuff at all. You cut it once. I'll probably ding the blade. Let's go for one more try on this corner. Alright, we've physically ripped it off of there. So we have one, and we need one more. Let's get this guy. Ow! Yeah, that stings when they fire out of there. Okay, good enough, good enough. Get all this scrap shit out of our way. Little pieces of aluminum. Make sure to dump this off. Let's get our other spots. I didn't like that they literally were not being held down. So where are they? So we did that one. Did that one. Where's the other one? Straight up from it. Alright. Participant number 2 in the no actual plan for you game. We need to flip that. Something's in there rolling, so we got to check that. I know it's not in focus, but we can see that it's doing something. Oh no, it wasn't rolling, it was that other metal piece. That's what fell. Got it. Alright, nothing rolling. We have one more. Let's go ahead and get it in place. Real quick, I want to rethread this one here. I'm going to unthread, press down, retighten it. Tiny sharp edge sticking up. We're going to press it downward into the keyboard. Could still snag yourself, but I think with what's happening, with no screw hole being there, this is a slightly better option. So let's flip this one over. I was going to use the blue, like the blue plastic off the ends of ribbon cables. Like I was going to rip some of that off and just cut a like square chunk and then push a screw down through it, poke a hole in it, put a screw through it. But I like this metal idea a little bit better. Let's give it a whirl right here. Hopefully it doesn't affect the keyboard. Pressing it down, or threading it in. Now, it holds it down fairly tight, so I don't think it's going to really affect the keyboard. And I'm just pressing down the corners so they're not sticking up to like definitely 100% snag your figure. It shouldn't hurt the backlight either. We'll see what it looks like when we get there, but that's my idea for. So we put 3 of those in. 1, 2, and 3. Continue on. What are we sliding on? I don't like that sound. Another little rivet. Yeah. We're right about halfway through this wreck. 3 more screws and we're halfway. Then we have 4 more rows to do, not 3. So not quite halfway. I always forgot about that top outside rail above the F keys. Not always, I just forgot about it. Yeah. Alright, somebody else got this? Like, who wants to do this for a few minutes? I'll take a break. You can come over and turn these screws in quick. You can make 90 cents a screw turned in. That's what I'll pay out. $0.90 per screw. That's a good deal. Come on, man. Not a whole dollar, but it's something. Still have that battery laying outside too. Like no chances with that. There's no kids around unless I bring mine here. So it's staying out there. I'm probably gonna, I don't know where I'll put it. Maybe right at my front door inside on the concrete floor as well. It's not gonna burn nothing there if it goes up. I'm gonna get my friend to bring either a bucket of sand or I think you can neutralize that. Can you? Salt water? Yeah, possibly. Bucket of salt water. We can drain it if there's any juice. But yeah, I don't want that battery anywhere near anything that's flammable. If we separate the cells, they'd make perfect little Barbie pillows. Sell them to, we're not selling them to kids either. Bad idea. Bad idea. Awesome idea for Barbie pillows, just not for kids. Come on, we're almost there. I better not end up needing you two that are stuck together. We're splitting you apart right now. 2 sets of tweezers. Yeah, they're good. Both heads are there, so both usable. Ah, 1 second. I'm going to put these 2 screws in to finish this row, and then I'm grabbing a drink. I don't know. Oh, shit, I didn't think about that. I'll still send the PSP, but I don't know what to do about that modded up battery that came with it that wasn't really a battery. I've made batteries like that. Potentially, Michael, you can find an old flip phone, like a cell phone that's a flip phone, and pull the little battery out of it and make your own cell. That's what I typically use. Just connect. Needs to be a 3. I mean, you could probably modify it, but it needs to be a three contacts on the battery that fits in the flip phone. You need your positive, negative, and your signal wire. You're only going to use the positive and negative, though. And I think I skipped a screw, but I'm thirsty. Sorry. Oh, oh, it's cold. Oh, it's half frozen, almost. It's cold. It's cold. Mm-hmm. Let's continue. No, I didn't skip one. Cool. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, we were working our way up before we decided going sideways, then derailing from that to put those things in. Let's keep going with it. Work our way up diagonally. Kind of. Another had a Vita before. I just noticed that comment. Another had a Vita before. Vitas are nice. I like Vitas. I mean, you can emulate the PSP on it too, so I have my whole PSP library on the Vita as well. But I don't know, just I can't really agree with the form factor of the PSP, but just some of them games, even though they play well on the Vita, you know, it's emulating the PSP. It's just cool playing them on the PSP. Is that, and I have a few of the movies, as dumb as that is. Like, just I watched quite a few movies on it, and also some of the Bleach anime series. I watched quite a few episodes of that on the PSP. What was the show at the time? There was a show on MTV. Two friends. The one, I think they were kind of nerdy. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Can't remember the name of it. I'll look it up though. I watched that show on my PSP. Quite a few things actually. It was a great media device. You just had to get the right format or it looked like garbage. Man, I'm trying to cruise through this. There's just no way to speed through turning these tiny screws, and it looks like we're going to fall short, which that's fine. I have other sets of these. From other laptops. Maybe we won't. I don't know. We'll see. Get a heat station one day. Like a hot air station. Like when people, obnoxious people like me in chat say rehot instead of reheat, rehot. Being smartass, you mean one of those? You can get a rehot station. Which one do you want to get, man? If that's what you're talking about. Get a heat station. Hot air rework station. What are you thinking of? Atten, the Quick, Cheapo. I mean, come on. Cheapo, although I struggle with some stuff, Cheapo has done me well. Way better than my other one. Don't be afraid to start out with a cheap one and learn its limits. But if you don't want to buy twice, save up and get a good one, I guess. But I've done HDMI ports. I've done just recently dropped the switch port off, and then not my typical way of doing it, but I have pulled them with it. That was a huge mistake not having it turned up hot enough. But I've always worked at a low heat. I'm pretty sure HDMI ports, I know 100% I definitely had to have had it hotter. But yeah, I've never had a good hot air station. I had the one that burned up years back, then I had the other one that burned up a few years after it, and then this one's been going a few years without lighting itself on fire. Knock on wood, I don't want it to light itself on fire. We've had a good run, me and Cheapo. I hope to fix many more devices with that one. And if that's not what you meant by heat station, please explain. Shit, man, we're almost there with the screws. I mean, it seems like we're almost there, but still have quite a few to turn in. Alright, we can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I have 4 screws to go. We have 8 to put in with only 4 left. I don't think I left any sitting anywhere else. I don't think any of them stuck, so we're gonna have to dig into my stash. So this keyboard did not even come with enough screws. None stuck to the magnets in the laptop. None sitting anywhere that I left out. That's alright, we'll get some out. Hopefully they're the same size. If not, there's the same size screws in the old iPod. In these old iPods, in the iPod video, the ones with the plastic front and the metal front. We'll pull a couple screws out on iPod. They're the same size thread and depth, I believe. Never tested it, but working on many iPods over the years, those kind especially, I just remember putting screws this size, it seems like, on a tiny Phillips screwdriver many times from working on those. So I'm going to say they're the same size. And we'll test it. If I find the iPod screws before the screws for the Apple keyboard, we'll try one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 to put in, and we're out of screws. Let's grab I think Apple stuff is in here. Let's have a look. See what we see. Those are definitely screws. Those are MacBook Pro feet. And this is just a rack of thumbsticks. Come on, man, go to get. Oh, you're so fucking annoying. Get in there. Alright, MacBook Pro feet. Out of the way. I have a mission. Alright. Screws for the bottom of the MacBook that burnt the ribbon cable, and there's the screws we need. Those are, who the hell knows what they're out of, but we got them. Keyboard parts and empty bag. Oh, I get it. Hold on. I bought the same keyboard from the same seller both times. So when they sent me these, they must have sent the extras ahead of time. That's what it was. Okay. One. And that leaves 4 out. Let's hope they're the same size. This is MacBook Air territory. Well, they fit. That one looks a little worrisome. But we'll try it. Nah, it's gonna work fine. Yeah, I mean, rework station, cannot afford, to put, can't afford one. What, a hot air station? Can't afford an expensive one. Oh. Don't be afraid to find, get a cheap station, like I said, and find the limits of it. Before, shit, it's all plugged in, but, I mean, is it plugged in? There can't be much to it. Here, I'll show you real quick. Let me take the iron off of it. This soldering iron still works. I actually use it for melting foam, and when I have to do the same process on a PC, but it's not screws, it's how do I want to say it? It's like the plastic heat stakes, or the spikes, oh yeah, it's got a solid cable, so I can't pull it out. Fuck it. Let me put this last screw in, then I'll grab it and show you what I'm talking about. But yeah, don't be afraid to buy one. Me abusing it probably what made it light on fire, because I would take and dock the hot air without docking it and let it run in to keep it hot. Let me find this piece of work. Where's the cable for it? Alright, we'll grab this and then pull this thing out of here. As long as it don't fall and break anything, I'm good with it. Okay, so yeah, don't be afraid. I used one station that was separate and it burned up, and then I got one of these stations, this is stuck on there with Velcro, so it would stop moving. But I keep the cheapo wannabe Hacko iron. I keep in there, and that's for like melting plastic to put keyboards in PCs. Very handy for it. And the hot air part burned up, so I took it out. But it's made by Zenny, and just look at the numbering on it. Like an 862D+, like they weren't trying to imitate other quality products with that number scheme. I mean, come on. You know, so. Yeah, this did, I'm going to say a good four, I don't know, 3.5, 4 years of work, I'll say, before it lit itself on fire. And that was mainly, I'm going to say probably mostly due to me letting the hot air run non-stop to keep it hot for stuff I was doing. Instead of like docking it and letting it sleep, I would partially dock it, not fully, so it wouldn't go to sleep. So it's probably me that lit that thing on fire. My abuse. But did some good work. Don't be afraid to get one and try it out, learn its limits, see what it can do and can't do. Not saying you can't, but with a station like that, what I just showed you, the hot air, you may not be lifting the tokens off of a PS3 or you know, some of the bigger components on newer consoles, but it will definitely get most of your little jobs done, 100%. Alright, we have this much. What do we got to do next? We got to put the backlight on, get that cable folded the right way, and rebuild quick. Hopefully quick. Probably not. Okay, so let's look at the backlight I stripped off. So, the one that I stripped off was here, and it had the shiny layer with white. I'm going to say like that, and then layer over it. Yes, because that backlight was just opposite, so we got to figure how it goes in. Let's look at this one. We know the backlight part is there. That should that's going to come up over and stick. So some alignment required. The blue stuff is going to keep it from sticking, but yeah, okay, that's where it goes there. Ribbon cable comes out. So let's look at this now. Black side down and white side back, so we can actually peel that part off. We don't need it. That's one thing out of our way. And then we got to get that goofy little fold like that. So we'll keep this out just for the time being. Let's start peeling. Shit, man, I don't even know. I mean, I think we start with the side, so we'll peel the one side. And apparently the bottom, because it's all one piece. And work on getting this part stuck in place. With the little alignment tabs. There. And there. It's going to go the whole way across and have to go over all this stuff. So 1, 2, okay. Ribbon cable's out. I'm going to try and do this the right way. There we go. Sticking. Let's peel. Boy, lifting this out. Okay, so it went halfway. We'll peel the other one here. It should be here. And then we have to lift the top off. I probably should have peeled them all, but I don't want one edge sticking down. Should have peeled them all. All right, clear. Let's get this top one while we're here. Make it go. Okay. 2. I don't want to fold this too much. We're around the backlight, and we still have one more little terrible blue thing here to peel. So let's do that in a moment. And our backlight is stuck under here, so we got to get that out. Well, we know we can get it. Let's just lift this, make sure our ribbon's out, go over the alignment peg, set this down. We'll stick the sides and stick the bottom. Our mic's out of the way. Almost impossible to stick down right there, but we'll go for it. We just want to keep dirt and grit out of our backlight. Sticking it down against this wall and right along here and there. This comes over, we have that foil tape to put back on. We're going to try and line it up. I forget where I stuck it, but I did peel it up. I just don't know what I did with it. So we got to find it first. If I saved it and threw it away, I'm going to be upset. Oh, where did I stick it? Where the hell did I stick that stuff? Let me think about this for a minute while I look around. It's not there. It's not. That's the battery. It's not that. It's not laying anywhere. If I knocked it down, that'll be horrible. It's not over here. Let's look under things. Not under. Black foil tape. Where did I put that other backlight? It's not on that. No, it's definitely not on there. Soldering iron station, just a rework station now. Well, gotta get cracking, man. What soldering station do you have? I know I said I was going to keep that. I thought I stuck it to something, but who knows what. Oh no, duh, it's right in front of me. I peeled it back and taped it down. Okay. See, this is what happens. Memory, man, memory. Right in front of me, and I didn't even see it. I taped it down. Okay, I thought it was a separate sticker. And that thinking was because of this piece for the battery. We don't have a new one of those for the battery. We only have the one that goes under it that was stuck to. So let's get this refolded. I'm going to refold and really try and stick this thing down. So let's hold this nice and square. fold it over. Man, what a nuisance. I don't know. I don't think we're going to get it like Apple had it. I think we'll get close, but not how they had it laid down, like nice and neat. Actually, I don't even think we'll get it. It might stick. Definitely not Apple quality. We need to refold this. We have to stick our top edge, but first and foremost, we got to deal with that little backlight. So let's try and pick this up. Get that unstuck. And is that is that a little sticky right where we... Backlight. Not it. Backlight. So there is a sticky thing kind of right where we do our 45. Now we just have to get it off of there. That's the main thing. Hands are clean enough. Our gloves. Let's get this out of there. And we got to get that off of that ribbon without ripping it. So let's hold one side down. It's definitely adhesive there. I can see that white thing moving. We just need to peel it. We got it. Has a little 45 line for us. We probably should have did this out of the case. If we just grab it. It's for sure not going to be a friendly fold, but I don't want to rip anything. Trying to hold it. It's not hitting exactly on 45. But it is a fold, nonetheless. We'll count it at that. Tape everything down. I need something smaller. Not a perfect 45, like I said, but it's folded. We should have enough flex on it to make that little recurve thing that we need to do. There's that. And what's next? What did we pull out next? We pulled out that little silly board, right? I believe. Silly board was here. No, that wasn't last. This was last because it had the little clip. That kind of snapped down in there. Then that. Real quick, we're going to take duster to these slots and get the, I don't want to say it, the dust out. Hopefully. Let's see how we did. Bright light. Not bad. I know it's not in focus, but we can see there's no big gigantic balls of dust in there. Our little silly clips back in place. Those are speaker. I believe speaker was under this as well. Yes. Alright, so we have to pull that to put the speaker screws in. Speaker screws should not be confused. This one has 4, the other side has 3 Torx. And look what we found. Still trying to curse us and get in there, short something out. It just fell off of my tool. Another little piece of keyboard. Let's continue on. Or wait, no. 1, 2, 3. Where's the other one? 1, 2, 3. Why did I think there was 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So we had 1 screw come out of something. I'm not sure what. This side will have 3. This side had 3. So that screw came out of something. But I'm not sure what. Unless I'm blind and not seeing it. 1, 2, 3. It's not under there. Alright, we'll figure it out, whatever it belongs to. This one definitely... Wait a minute. Yeah, definitely goes to this side. Get the microphone out. Alright, stuck in. Not perfectly stuck in, but I suppose the reason for wanting to is to keep the dust out, so we'll take and stick that again quick. Cheap one, but did quite good as it goes up to 480. Nice, nice. Yeah. That's, and that is that C? Yeah, you put C. Alright, there's the last little bit stuck down. Let's go for the speaker. I swear I pulled 4 out of this side, but there's not 4 there to be put back. There's 1, 2, 3. So that's 1. Only one of these is going to work. Three, we'll put this side in. Move him, we don't want to confuse it. Trying to remember where that 4 screw went for this thing, because there's 2 screws that go in. Ah, okay, I see where it was already. That's why I thought it was part of the speaker. Okay, makes sense. It should go right there. We're going to check the fan though. No. Nope. Can't agree with that. No way in hell will that go there. We have 2 screws that go either there and there. We have our metal bracket we have to put back down and get these lined up. Not perfect, but close, because we're talking HDMI, SD, USB should work there. Alright, let's get the 2 screws for that port and we'll figure the rest out shortly. That was the heat sink. That's that. Where to go? Orange. Not it. Okay, so these 2 screws here that hold our bracket down for our wiring, even though we're not to that stage yet, I'm just going to get these taken out so we can put that down at moment's notice, throw those there. We have this side of the board to put in. Really bugging me where that screw goes. I, for the life of me, cannot remember. There's 3 screws for the fan. You cannot mistake them. And then there's 3 on the other fan, or 4? 3 on each fan. So you can't mistake them. They have a certain place they go. Let's look at our other keyboard. We're going to refold that right now. See kind of what they have going on. So it has a slight loop on the front. Sticks back a little bit. One thing we didn't save that we're going to peel off now. Hell with it. We're going to bring it up here. We'll peel that sticker off because I don't think the new keyboard has this sticker on to stick down over the ribbon cable. So we'll get that in a moment. Let's peel that up. Continue this rebuild. Being super blind right now, cannot find tweezers. Alright, so the refold on this. Let's hope we get it. It's a little bit of a loop sticking out that way, not much. And he slightly crooked it, that's okay. So it'll do that, and then it'll come up over our board. Should. We're going to test it first before we go committing and screwing everything down. There's our microphone, speaker wire. We have a lot of stuff to keep track of right here. Not quite sure we're going to be able to, but we'll give it hell. My microphone goes out. That goes up. DC jack speaker wire. Not too shabby. Okay, keyboard will come up. Let's try just temporarily place this. We know there's a speaker wire underneath. We have a little bit of it to stick down. We'll get to it. Everything as far as I know, that is okay, so that's going to make the fold, and it will definitely hit it. It's not perfectly square, but we'll be able to get it to go in, then stick our sticker on to keep it in place. Good. We have 2 screws for our DC jack, long blue ones. We'll try and find those. Red. Oh, we had short and long screws. Okay, so we had short and our backlight's out, that's important. We had short and long screws for our motherboard, and then we had 1 silly screw. That's the cap that goes over there. 2, 3, 4. Those may be for the motherboard, may not be. I might have to actually look this up. I'm counting right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3 fans. That's for that. That's for our heat sink, and not counting 1. Wait a minute. 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3. We have the little ones for shield, the shield that goes on. So that's what all those are for, and our heat pipe. That's for the tie down for the heat pipe. Those are for each of the fans. Don't know where the mysterious one goes yet. We'll give it a crack soon enough. And then these. That would make these motherboard screws. Perfect. Alright, let's figure out where they go. And then the 2 from the hinge. And then also I had 2 from the battery. Those are 2 from the shield. That's okay, there's the silly one. That's the one I was looking for. The oddball. These are motherboard. This is Mr. Oddball right here. Not going to tighten any of these right now. Just going to go around. We have to find where deep screws go in and shallow screws go into the motherboard. Plus we have a few for this side. Let's figure out where our fan goes. And we know we don't have to touch those ones. So 1, 2, 3 we don't have to touch. 1, 2, and 3, which means we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be 5 motherboard screws if I'm not mistaken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, the 2 for the DC jack. They are, let's find out. 3. Make sure I don't have anything setting other than hinge screws. 2 for DC jack is gonna have to be 2 of these, and I don't know which one is it. The long ones. Let's check them. That can't be right because there's not enough. 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, let's run with it. What color was this? Blue? If this is blue, that means the ones in the motherboard are red. Oh, that's right. It was silly. There was no color. Okay. Much better. And that doesn't take, I was counting that as a motherboard screw. That is a motherboard screw in the corner here. That's actually, the heat pipe is held down with the silly silver screw and the rubber cap that goes over it. So we have all screws accounted for. I just remembered that one when I was looking at the DCN board. Okay, fans. We'll work on plugging the mic in. Get the mic, fans, speakers. Still a little bit of adhesive on our speaker wire. We'll go with it. It's the bottom. This screw is for the SSD. That's what it's for. I took it back out when I took the fan out. I just realized that. Alright, that's flipped up the right way. But can we get to everything? Yeah, we can if we put that in. Let's go ahead and plug in this cable. What a nuisance of a cable. You win. You win. We'll bend it a little to make room for it to go in. Alright, that's on. Yeah, there's no spot to trap anything. I was just looking, that's a big screw to not know where it goes. It's definitely an SSD screw. If I put it in the right way, that is. And I took that out whenever, I think maybe when we took the SSD out, I wound that back in. I remember doing that. And then when we took the speaker out, I took that out because it was in proximity to the speaker. Makes sense to me. If I watch it back, I'm betting that's what I did. We got to run these wires. That'll be after we run the heat pipe. Let's do our backlight, microphone, and keyboard. And then start on the fans. Let's see if we can clip this little guy here. Indeed. Now, the real nuisance of the bunch, the microphone. And then I suppose the keyboard is going to be the biggest nuisance. Mic is in, snap down. We have this thing to go into. What fun that was picking that up. We have to go under the little loop, but we'll tuck that in after. I want it above the metal loop there to get it to plug in first, and then we'll go. Alright, plugged in, latch down. It's where it is, and in under the little metal thing. That will stick on top. Keyboard. The real challenge. Are we going to be able to fold this keyboard wire in there and get it to do what we need it to, like without a bunch of grief, because we didn't bend it ahead of time. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun. They're easy to how do I want to say it, bend the ends the wrong way, like the corners. Like you can roll the corner and then it kind of destroys the cable. So we're going to try and get one side tucked in and then force the other side in somewhat. Probably won't happen that way, but we'll always think that it should have. Yeah, no, it needs to come back out. That's totally crooked. Let's get a bent set of tweezers on that, see if that can make a difference. Out of the way. Let's see if it's going to work. It should want to plug in. Alright, it did plug in. It's in about as far as we're going to get it. It's up to the little, it's called T-tabs. We're going to check it under the scope, bright light. Okay, so we did ding the edge just a little there, trying to pull back on it. Just right there, just the tape covering it, no damage to the actual cable. It's tight up on both sides where it's supposed to be. The latch is down and not broken. Now we need, where's that ribbon I clipped? We're going to take and pull our piece of tape off of here and try and stick it where it goes. Yeah, we're never going to get that to go down in like that. Let's try it this way. To be honest, these things never re-stick. You almost have to use new adhesive, which we may have to end up doing. We still got a mic. So I'm trying to put a little bit of a refold on it. I doubt it's going to go in and stick and even attempt to work with us. And it's not, it actually goes between. So here's what we're going to do. If we can't make it perfect, we're going to at least make it stick. There's one end. We're going to put some adhesive on the other end. Okay, adhesive stuck. Let's peel the 2 or 4. I have 4 layers on here. I know you can't see it, but I'm gonna work on peeling it out from under the scope. We'll put it under and stick it in place. Well, at least part of it will stick in place, and then we'll work on sticking the other part. Not going to be apple sticky or perfect, but new adhesive to at least hold it down, keep that latch down. It should do that much. It's not going to be a magnificent, at least strong pull tab though. This adhesive isn't that strong, and I don't have new stickers of this. And the keyboard didn't come with one on. So we're going to go with what we got. And that's a little further out than I'd like it. I wonder if we can get one. Yeah, I'm not going to try and fight one more piece. Do we? Do we try and fight one more piece of adhesive on there? Yep, we sure do. Alright, let's go. We just need to know how long to make it. Give it a good cut. Pick it up with the tweezers. Peel this back part way. Adjust the grip with the tweezers. Can we see that? Yeah, we can kind of see it. I don't know if we're going to get it in there, to be honest, but we're going to try like hell. Alright. That worked. Now if it'll just peel in one piece, we can peel without lifting. There we go. Hopefully that was visible. We're going to take and fold this down. Have it make contact with our ribbon cable because we didn't put it on ahead of time. And there it is, stuck. Let's go back to here. A few more things to do. Throw out that ribbon cable. We don't need it now. That's in there. Keyboard's plugged in. What did I say? Keyboard, backlight, microphone, and then we would move on to what? Fans. Alright. Put the fans on, then that heat pipe thing. So let's pick this fan up. We got to make sure the latch is up on our little connector there. Alright, latch is indeed up. We're going to set this down. Get it lined up. Press it in. And drop our fan in place. Looks good. Fan's in place. Make sure we latch this. It's down. And 3 screws for that fan and move on. So we need that, that, and that. Big one with the red up front. Or am I wrong? I could be wrong. Yeah, wrong. That'll go through. Might have to flip-flop those two. I'm going to look with the scope and see, though. That definitely goes there. It has the guide in it. Let's look at this real quick and see what's in that hole. What color? Bright light. if we can get over that far. I don't see any specific color thread locker in there right now. Oh, hold on. That's a screw hole on the motherboard. We need the shorter screw out of the two. Okay. Figured out. This one's a screw hole through. This screw hole on. We're going to need the shorter screw out of the 3 for holding the fan on there. Unless this is just way too long. Get out of there. Okay, that fan's on. Let's put the other one on. Make sure the latch is up on our socket. We will go ahead and slide that piece in first. Drop the fan, make sure that stays in, latch it. And I'm going to check chat. I haven't looked for a little bit. I'll check that here in a moment. See what's happening in chat land. Some cheap on that. Still the same spot. Yeah. We'll say that again. 480 is where you want to be. That's a good temp. That is so close to the motherboard, but it's shorter than the blue one. And who knows if there's traces under there running through there. So we're going to put these where we know they go. Let's guide through. We're going to clean off our heat pipe and our CPU. And that went in with no problems. Alright, heat pipe work. We'll make sure it's clean with some duster, quick. Get a drink. If you're not sure, or just, recording a video, streaming, whatever, or just want to be sure, take something, I don't want to shine laser in anybody's eyes, so we use a light, and try and find a way to look through your heat sink. You can look through it, hold it up to the light, or to show people that may be watching something back, shine a light through your heat sink. Check for any blockages. Not looking too bad. Hang him back up. We need to clean it off, clean that off. And what do we want to use on that? Some old Arctic Silver 5, MX4, or MX6. I hate the little, how do I want to call it? The little plastic sticker around it. It's always like such a mess. Alright, fans are screwed in. Nothing's going to drop out. We're going to do this heat clean the CPU off upside down so it all drops in the trash instead of flying all over the motherboard. Yeah, this black plastic sticker that just traps thermal paste under it. What a nuisance. Alright, get the IPA. I'm not entirely convinced it's clean under that sticker. Matter of fact, I almost know it isn't, but we're not going to lift it off there. Apple ones don't have a way of wanting to go back down without having to add adhesive, like kind of like PC ones do. PC ones are great about going back down. Apple, not so much. Excuse me. This piece, let's grab it. No words. No words of what thermal paste. I'm not going to use Arctic Silver. That's some old stuff. And this is more recent than when that was. I mean, I guess it was popular. AS5 was pretty popular for PS3s and 360s. Alright, maybe we'll do either MX4. We'll throw MX6 on it. I have some here. That shit up before it catch on something. Alright, here we go. How would you do it on this? So again, probably doesn't matter. We'll go reverse box pattern on this one. If we don't. Go and go. Where are you, friend? What are you doing? You're in the way fairly well. Okay, on. We got a. What are we doing here? We have to run. That will route up through. But under those, that will go through. Oh, that's okay. That's what that was. The clip for the wires. I didn't even notice it. Whenever we took them out. I mean, I did. I had to look at it, but it wasn't processing what it was when I was looking at it later on. Orange. Hinge screws. I'm going to get thread locker out for those because we did take them out of the hinge. We want those to stay nice and tight, so we use some blue thread lock. Unless we're threading right into plastic, I generally try to use thread lock on hinge screws. You want them staying tight and staying in place. There are some materials, though, I guess you shouldn't use it on. Some plastics, I think it can melt or degrade the plastic. And I don't know know about any other material that it'll damage. Let's try and get a little more out on this one. Alright, blue thread locker. Didn't focus, but you get the idea. You know what it is. You've used it. You've seen it.